like I always mention, right? Like science. I'm gonna go in a different direction. Like science, right? Science come from the question of white people not knowing the shit that we already naturally understand. People like to use science and shit, right? But again, science is the questioning of things that these crackers in the system and the establishment don't understand that we already naturally need. Exactly. They got the scientific methods. That's right. They put hypotheses out there, try to prove it. Because they're trying to ask questions about the things that we already knew and could manipulate all of the elements on the periodic table before they made a periodic table. Right? We was already dealing in alchemy, and our women were the high priestesses of alchemy and alchemists, and this is who we learned it from. We are not scientists. We never were scientists. We were alchemists and priests. They were the ones that turned what we naturally know how to do into their science, because they're trying to figure out, recreate, see what I'm saying, redirect, right? The shit that we already understand and know. And check this out. They label the shit like it's brand new. You see what I'm saying? Right. They come with the new titles and the new, like, man, this stuff been here forever. No, but okay, go ahead. I know you got to put your name on it. No problem. But we used to call it something. Just like, okay, prime example, why isn't ether on the periodic table? They took ether off the periodic table after 1904. They took ether out of being one of the main elements, like fire, water, earth, air, or ether, or the four elements. Ether was the fifth element that they took off. Because the ether is what is the unseen force, or the unseen energy that powers up everything. Exactly. Go ahead. He found how the Greeks started relabeling shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, sweet. Real quick, this is in progress, and it's kind of important. I want y'all to hear this. The exposure report. This is Dr. Wesley speaking.
It's live. This is live. It's live, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
All right.
Gods, which is 2 volumes, 988 total pages, 1,945 academic footnotes. In this book, I document that the last best kept secret
and they actually had pictures that he was referencing when talking about these beings that were already in works with the government at the time. Many people don't realize that you are having interface with specific beings depending on your frequency. And when we talk about disclosure, you're speaking about one aspect of disclosure that's a narrative that's probably being covertly engineered or totally constructed by one aspect of the government, whereas people are having interface with different non-corporeal and corporeal beings energetically, telepathically. Many of your novels, your books are also influenced by some non-corporeal beings that are kind of phasing in a kind of telepathic influence, zest or influence some of the population here. So I really agree that we have actually what you perceive to be interdimensional, or what could be referenced as cosmonauts that are here, that they have bodies, that they have, I think the ED on the Dark Side of the Moon, we can kind of debate whether that was real or not, but it was a reference to an Asiatic woman with coiled hair, darker skin, that was likened to some of the references in past interfaces with people who've had contact, that has been interdimensionally traveling here and has been referenced in historical conversations. So I think there's a cloaking of that. I think there's a co-opting of the conversation about aliens, and I think there's only one narrative. Whereas I'm a contactee, I was under the tutelage of Dr. Delbert Blair, and my references were to melanated women with coiled hair that had been interfacing with us and with many women. And I think the reason why they co-opted is because that was a big that was matching a frequency of certain interdimensional beings that was being contacted, previously. So in order to kind of take over that narrative, we kind of would use the language, Holy Spirit. A lot of the women use that when they may be in fact having contact or being zested or interfaced with beings that are non-corporeal, kind of phasing in telepathic messages, interfacing with that particular group. And we consider that, a lot of times it's reference to being religious or hearing the Holy Spirit, but really it's probably some form of interface or intergalactic telepathic messages or influence of others. So I think we hear that from our government.
Very interesting. Billy, Rod, you want to close this question out?
So the question you started out with were the Epstein files a cover up for the UFO disclosure?
Are they one and the same? Because this is actually part of the Epstein files. Because part of the Epstein files is that humans ain't even running this shit at the end of the day. So yeah.
Yeah. So of the UFO across the crater from where Apollo 11 was, and looking and observing the actual moon landing. And that was just one of the things. Of course, you brought the rings of Saturn. Very expensive book. You can get your hands on it. It probably costs about $2,000 now. It was written by Norman Berber. Now, his resume is down the street and around the corner. We're talking about a guy that's one of the original founder of NACA, one of the top aerospace scientists at the time in the world, and had access to everything at top secret clearance. So when this guy speaks, you have to listen to what he's saying. But when you go back into ancient text and you start looking at some of these texts, you start discovering something really interesting, that they depict a lot of these beings to be Caucasian in nature with British accents on a lot of these movies and so forth, these sci-fi movies. A lot of them are actually, the name itself is a secret and the code and the key to tell you who they were and what color they were. For example, Krishna. Krishna means the dark one, and that's in the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. So now we're talking about Indian text representing black sea people. The Rama is also a dark man, and the reason why they're significant, this goes back over 2,500 years, and according to the text, they had access to the sky ships, the flying cities that they would fly in. Now, when you see a flying city, if a person has a limited knowledge of words, right? Limited knowledge of words that in the modern idiom, they might utilize that understanding or that phrasing to describe what we would call today a UAP. They saw something so massive flying in the sky that they call it a flying city. They even went so far as to say that these flying cities went to war against each other in the sky above them. And so we have the Rig Veda, and in the Rig Veda we have some of these people as well. These are the dark-skinned ones. They call them the charred-faced people. And it was the Battle of the 10 Kings, which took place in where? It took place above the Earth's atmosphere, or in space, or in the sky. So we have these battles again. These battles, which later became the battles that we know as the battles in heaven, in the biblical text, and other texts kind of parallel that information. But the original text is talking about these people. Then you have the Malua people out of Sumerian. So you have black Sumerian. I know that the Sumerians are often depicted in a lot of texts as being Caucasian, but you have the Malua, and those were the black Anunnaki beings. So they had black Anunnakis as well. The thing about them is they had black skin or dark skin, but they also had, in some cases, blue eyes that shine bright as diamonds, and sometimes they even had blonde-colored hair. If you look at the people of Melanesia, you'll see people darker than me with blue eyes like ice and blonde hair, just like any person walking out, a white woman or a white man walking down the street with blonde hair and blue eyes. They're darker than me, and that's their natural complexion, their natural eyes and hair, because they be the offspring of some of these ancient quote-unquote gods or people that had this advanced knowledge. And that's just the top. Herodotus, one last one, Herodotus talks about the Iaphelpus. These people were, again, black people that had advanced knowledge of what we would call nowadays ancient technology. And of course, we have the people of Kush. So these people are talked about and described through all ancient texts all over the place. We just have to have the eyes to see and the mind that wants to ask the questions and the intelligence to go and do the research. And we can come up with the answers very easily and very simply. We begin to see that the story that's been tainted on a lot of the mainstream screens is not the exact story that's happened in the ancient past. That one of the biggest secrets being held back from the world is, and probably why, in so many cases, if you look at, and I'll wrap it up with this, if you look at the man of color, just in America alone, forget the world, just in America alone, hoops and hurdles, redlining, discrimination, slavery, unfair political and judicial systems, and we didn't even get, if we were in the Army and military, we didn't even get our retirement fund until after some time. It was only allowed for white people. So we went through all these things, but we still have battled through and
a show, and I had absolutely no divine feminine on the show.
I thought you brought around to make me blush.
So imagine if for 2 years I had no representative of the divine feminines on here. Then if somebody asks me why, my reply is, gaslight you. My reply is, I don't see gender. We come from the source. We all emanate picture. We got most honorable Elijah Muhammad. We got the elder. We got so many things that deals with gene splicing and experimentation. LeBron, please start off for us, Mike, please.
Well, my thing is gene manipulation. When we talk about gene manipulation, and we've spoken about this before, is that whenever you have a cell that's encapsulated with melanin, a high content of melanin.
So someone wanted to speak. Anybody wanted to share in on what they're hearing so far, or do you guys want to go ahead and continue listening to this conversation? Nobody wants to speak? Continue listening. So, Bill, if you can hear me, go ahead and continue to talk.
All righty. Into what we consider to be cloning. We had concepts and as it related to those who had high content of melanin that was encapsulating the cells. And in the contacted community or the abducted community, this conversation has always been what melanated people are having levels of contact that tend to be a little more pleasant, less hostile, and others, I call them lunars or white people, are having sometimes forms of abuses or forms of like having memories of being abduction scenarios. You don't hear this as much anymore. I've seen the lexicon change over the years, but part of this conversation about hybridization, replication, cloning has to do with the fact that I think that many of those who were the original beings, the original melanated beings that had a protected on them, it was harder for anyone to accept them. And in order to have some form of testing or manipulation, they would have to, like when I worked in a laboratory working on genetics, we would have to pull melanin out of the mice. So a lot of times when you go into a laboratory, you don't see brown mice. You generally see white and black, rats, where we pull the melanin out for better research because it's harder to do when there's a high content of melanin. It's the same with hybridization, and I also think that's why we have a lot of organs being harvested rather than intercept or trying to manipulate the gene pool anymore. We see more people trying to put that gene inside of them, trying to replace parts of them with parts of us. This I'll yield.
That's a great side to yield. Yeah. In modern times, there's always highly suspect that they're taking our organs. That's not good. They would take our organs. Be suspected of taking our organs. It just makes them highly suspect. And these killers, they say that they will stuff the organs with toilet paper, paper towels, old rags, puff the body up and present it to the morgue, to the funeral directors in our neighborhoods. There are things going on with us that's not going on anywhere else. We must stop the heinous hate crimes. But in Dr. West's characteristic of some of the history about us, like you say, the interplanetary connections, and see, I even press you all of that. The adopter, that's more of who we are than anything that I've covered in history. I'm not saying I researched Dr. Wesley Muhammad, but I say I have done adequate research on a lot of subjects, and that is the research is us. What's wrong with us adapting to our own family value system? You say it's not just for Michael Jordan, Mike and Michael Jackson. It's everybody. Y'all think I'm extreme when I say every nigga's a star. I really mean that shit, but it's hard to catch on. It's hard to talk to you about things of that nature. They say I'm picking a racial position. But you see everybody else gravitating on the dominant value system. When the Chinese, he teaching Taekwondo, Kung Fu, Jiu-Jitsu, and everything else. And you're the master of martial art, but you just don't know yourself well enough to stand on that family value system. I'll land my plane there. That's a good place to settle down where everybody can see it and say, mama.
attention to the pharmaceutical industry and the drugs that people are taking for diabetes, high blood pressure, thyroid, just a lot of the different issues that we have. And those drugs, what do they say? May cause sun sensitivity. And I know on a personal level, right, I've shared my journey, but one of the particular drugs, after a while, like I realized in the sun, I wasn't seeing anymore. I wasn't getting darker. Like as a kid, I would be black as tar. Like I would get real dark in the summertime. But after being on that medication, my skin was burning and I developed the sun sensitivity. And so I think that is another way that they're interfering and interrupting the production of melanin is through the drugs. So I just want to share that.
Something else that I found out. There's no test, say like if they prescribe you something, telling you have something, and this treatment is gonna make it better. There's little to no test for what they telling you have without the treatment. Like they tell you what was gonna happen without the treatment. So there's no test without the treatment.
To come to the realization that, like, if we're honest with ourselves, I get that the medical, some things are helpful and these are useful, right? But is it curing your ailment? A lot of people are.
I came to the conclusion, if I put my own eyeballs to these microscopes for telling me what I have, I'm not trusting that shit. Based off of what we just went through in the last 5 years, how do you trust it without putting your own eyeballs to a microscope?
Exactly. Got another clip. I am going to continue with that one if you guys like it. But I just got another clip that I think is relevant at this moment. Give me just a moment.
Also, am I the only one that are seeing all these doctors are being charged with malpractice? I'm starting to think a lot of this shit that we're going into terminally induced or terminal illness is, from my research, is medically induced.
Oh yeah.
Right. My attorney and I get in a few cases, but on the string, on the tail end of your comment, Tavis rotated a couple on the right side, and then showing up they prescribed to me. So now I'm a guy, non-med kind of guy, non-pharmaceutical kind of guy, but that pain was intense enough to sit there long enough to listen to the doctor long enough, and he said he had something for my pain. And all I could think about relief. And I took it. And but it made me real drowsy.
Right? Did he give you some medication? He gave you pain medication?
Okay, now this is what I did. I told him it was too strong to doctor. It was too drowsy. So he went to the naturopath. From there, he hit me with the farm out off the breakaway, right? And it did help with the pain. All the oxygen and very one, Percocets and all that. And people are rubbing these pharmacies for the high-end medicine. Now, on the bottom line, he got to the naturopath, gave me topical, and it made me quite as drowsy. So I started out on pharmaceutical. Keeping things, stop headaches and pain and all of that. And it was too much drowsy and leveled off at a naturopath. So there may be an alternative. So just because he prescribed something for you, there may be another alternative prescription. That was the point I was attempting to make.
I just want to make sure that we are focused we're focused on the to melanin, right? Drugs with sun sensitivity. So if you're taking any medications, kind of pay attention to your reaction to the sun. And we'll get back to it. Hold on.
Well, do you remember the name of the med that could affect your melanin that you should make you darker or lighter?
Oh, so
Black
one that caused kidney failure. And then the other one was Celebrex, and that caused pulmonary edema. And then I was taking hydrochloroquine, and I had to get my eyes checked every 3 months because it throws a residue behind the retina of your eye and it could cause blindness. But it was either loading, I think it may have been the loading, ain't no telling, but even steroids. I think if we read the fine print in a lot of these medications, they do say, stay out of the sun. Stay out of the sun. So
manipulators or immune suppressors. Just think of what all that does to your entire system. It's killing your immune system. What else follows?
Yeah, but think about, again, just with what we're talking about here with the genetic manipulation and melanin, and as it relates to original beings and things like that, and what eugenics have known. They've been knowing about. They've been knowing who was driving the UAP. They know. So
also, eugenics is survival of the fittest. So that's a route to take to decrease pretty much go after the people that they really want to go after covertly. You have high blood pressure, but if you're not reading my content, people really might not have high blood pressure.
Right. By whose metrics, right?
Exactly. There you go. Now you gotta look at every metric there is out there. If they tell you your white blood cell levels are too high, your white blood cell levels are healing you. So why are you trying to decrease them?
And I like to say it, if you look at the natural, that a lot of these medicines are now synthetic, but started out from these natural herbs. Mother Nature has a cure for everything. And a lot of things that we are taking synthetically, there are natural herbs that will absolutely do the work of this medication, as well as ensure that we don't have any of those side effects. So just start looking, what are the natural herb equivalents to all the things that they're trying to feed us? The only thing that I don't really touch are folks who have a blood giant, the elderly and those who have centers. I know that there is something natural that Mother Nature has created for almost everything that we're talking about. So let's not neglect it. Let's not forget that a natural herb tea or a tincture or something of that nature is a great way to make sure that we are working with Mother Nature and not dealing with a lot of the side effects that these synthetics are providing for us.
So what I did, Black Warrior, when I, of course, like Q said, you get this diagnosis. And to be honest with you, I had a myriad of symptoms that I just was dealing with or whatever. I went in for a routine physical examination, and I come out with this symptom. And, I would say that at that time, when I think about awareness, and the generation I came from, I just really wasn't focused on any of that. We came up trusting your doctors, things of that nature. But I'm just grateful that I had the wherewithal to put a pause on that. And I literally took myself off everything. What helped me turn the corner was CBD oil. And the thing is, we have naturally occurring CBD receptors in our bodies. We literally do. It's called the cannabinoid system. And ain't no doctors teaching about that. Ain't no doctors telling you about that. They're not talking about parasites. They're starting to talk about your lymphatic system. But the reason why I know it was a CBD oil is because there was absolutely nothing else that I was doing. I took myself off all medications. And when I tell you, for the first time traveling, I literally burnt to a crisp in a good way. No blisters, no rash, none of that. I tanned. My tan lines last forever. I knew then that crap was out of my system. So and CBD oil isn't the only one. There's so many different products that can help us on a natural and homeopathic journey a lot of the things that they're doing to treat us is actually killing us. And if you're thinking about a quality of life, that's what we're trying to do, live, right? Everything is against us now. The air, the water, the food, the medications. It's a fucking all-out attack on humanity.
It was something else I found out about eugenics. When I was reading this, it's almost like it said, get them to believe it's something that they don't have, so they can treat. Now that stuck with me. Get them to believe it's something that they don't have. Survival of the fittest.
I want to say this, like when we go into those grocery stores and we see those big bottles of herbs, how many of us go buy that big bottle of that big container of oregano and drink our oregano tea on a regular? That's a parasite cleanser. Oregano and black seed.
I've been doing the same thing that my ancestors been doing. I ain't been trying nothing new, and I don't get sick like that.
Let me tell you, some oregano and then chase it with some black seed and chew those seeds and like put them into like take it and put it in some hot water and drink everything as a tea. I just drink rosemary just for the heck of it. So a lot of the herbs I take, I don't even think about what they're good for. I just take those natural herbs, I dehydrate them. If I have them fresh, growing on the farm, I'll take them. And I'm always drinking all kinds of teas, bitters, those kinds of things. I assure you, those herbs will cleanse us out. They'll deal with the parasites. They'll get rid of all the inflammation. I mean, all this stuff that they're giving us crazy medicine. And the beautiful thing is no side effects. So we just got in the habit of just drinking our herbal teas and just putting it in some hot water and steeping it and just drinking it. A lot of things we're dealing with will literally, the symptoms will start subsiding and leaving us if we just get back to Mother Nature, back to the herbs. And the more bitter, the better. That's philosophy.
Well, we've had the healing all the time.
All right.
Well, we've had the healing. I've attempted to talk to the people about the oil of oregano, about the oregano and the black seed, the rasul, the lambs, and the black bee cure, everything except death. And they had a hard time. Mostly black women on Clubhouse, they don't want their oregano, and you still push it. Then they get sick as a dog. Then they finally have to force them to take the oregano and the honey and the black seed, etc. And you've been doing it all the time. You can take the oregano into your soups, your salad, your tea. You got your meal is in place, but it just is something been done to us that we don't want to use the natural remedy that's already in your medicine cabinet, already in your food storage already. Oh my.
Our hospital used to be in the kitchen pantry and the kitchen cabinet. At the time, we had that mindset like everything need medical industry.
Have those queen of food.
When you have green snot, that's because your immune system is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Yes, it takes a little bit longer for you to naturally and relieve yourself of the toxins and bacteria and fungus and stuff that you come in contact with, but antibiotics up that process, but it's weakening your immune system and making you susceptible to other things. And it actually some of those things to mutate. So
It's in the name. Antibiotics.
Yeah, you get that don't need to be in your body, but it get you some mullein. Mullein will relieve within minutes. Literally, you get you a mullein tea. That mullein leaf will expel all the excess mucus out of our system. I didn't even realize what it was doing. I had sort of this cold. I don't get sick. I just don't really get sick, colds and those stuff. Every now and then, with the pollens and things like that, I'll get some extra mucus. And I'll drop me some mullein into a tea. Within about 20, 30 minutes, I'm starting to feel at ease. And telling you, there's stuff for us all the time that's good for our system. It's funny thing, people are dying on the line when they a lot of times have what they need growing right around us. We need to really start looking at Mother Nature and say, what is growing around me? Dandelion root and growing things like reason. It's now coming into springtime. So many different herbs are coming up that are good for us that we need right now. And so, knowing what's growing up around us seasonally and taking that is what is going to be our healing. We are people who are tied to the land. Things we need to do. We need to make sure we're grounded with our shoes off and putting our feet in the ground or in the soil and on the grass. And the other thing is taking use of the herbs and things that are around us. Those herbs are not just coming up for no reason. They're coming up because they're for our healing. We need to connect with Mother Nature because I assure you, Mother Nature is going to take care of us. And I'm
Hey, Flawless, go ahead. After you.
Are you good?
Oh, I appreciate it. It's two things we spoke about that I too can bear witness, and that is I had some nerve damage, sciatic nerve damage at that, and but long story short, after they took me off of the Prozac, which was to release the pressure off the nerve, which I could not walk for 2 weeks, I needed, and this was in 2018, I believe, so it was right in what we would consider the height of the opioid crisis. So you want to tell me how much pain you can acknowledge that I'm in while telling me you can't give me any pain meds. I would just tell you again that experience was, it was something else. I live in California, so we have cannabis stores that sell tinctures, and tinctures that have high level of not the THC, but the other one, CBD, yes, a very low level of THC because the THC activates the CBD. So it's high, but it does is it relaxes you in the tongue, and it because anything else is topical, right? You can't rub a cream on you and get relief from anything that is neurologically based, right? And anything dealing with a nerve ending is neurological. So I found that to be incredibly helpful. And it actually took me through the hardest part to whereas I could then become mobile and then I never looked back. I never had any type of damage again. And what I will say is movement is medicine. The sedentary life that we live is killing us. You have to be active, especially as you get older. I find the more active that I am, the less aches and pains that I have. Some people think going to the gym, getting 30 minutes in a day, that you're active, and I would challenge that. But listen, the second thing that you said, most recently, I went to Turks for New Year's. I don't know why, out of the blue, I was sick as a dog. And I think it was because I got like some type of germ from the Grands, because they had horrific coughs around Christmas time, and I was around them, right? So when I was in Turks, they gave me some kind of cough medicine that ended up helping. But my aunt told me just what you said, and she gave me a homeopathic, and it's in my PTR, and that's mullein. And I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or not, but I got it from the health food store, and it's a cough syrup, but it's a homeopathic cough syrup, right? It's not like your NyQuils and those. And let me tell you, the reason that made me want to speak is just how effective that is for getting rid of mucus. When check now because it's just incredibly effective. I'm
gonna tell you, I grow a 250-foot long row of mullein every year. I take the leaves and I dehydrate them and put them in my herbal tea. And then at the top of the mullein is like a flower pod, and you let that flower pod go to seed, and then you like crush the seeds or let those pods dry out, and then you crush the pods and get the seeds out. And so literally I plant a lot of mullein, and a lot of the herbal medicines and things that I use have mullein in it, and it's just phenomenal. You'll feel it, to feel it actually, to breathe and not have that mucus build up and the rattle and all of that. It's a real thing. So there's a lot that grows around. It's not just that, if you knew what it was, it looks like a little hairy, velvety looking leaf. And a lot of us, it's just growing around us. We just don't know what it is. So I say, take the time, use this app called, I use an app called Picture This. And I go around, I look at everything growing on my farm, and I'm like, what is this? And 9 times out of 10, it's something that is an indigenous ancestral herb. And I just take out my dehydrator. I have what's called apothecary. So I have used these mylar bags, and I sort of take all the air out, or either I'll put them into a glass jar or whatever. And I'm always collecting these herbs because it turns out, and many of you may or may not know about something called a muscadine. Muscadine is an American grape grown in the southeast of the United States of America. It's only grown in America. That muscadine is a cancer-fighting grape. And so, you heard of muscadine wine? Well, I started making sorbet, wine, induction. I put it in and using the freeze dry and put it into teas. So I'm saying a lot of things that we're just overlooking. All of that is what Mother Nature put here for us. So if you know someone who is growing naturally, I grow certified organic. So all my stuff has no chemical, no pesticides, and many folks are out here doing that. Get to know your holistic growers of herbs and fruits, and I assure you, we're going to be healed. We're going to be in a better place, especially our elderly, because I know the elderly around me. If I take up the bag, that Ziploc bag that has a gallon, it has tons and tons of medication. A lot of that stuff is killing our people, and we just really need to be mindful and say, what is Mother Nature trying to tell us? What's around us that's growing that we need to tap into? Because I assure you, it's not meant to make millions of dollars off of like the pharmaceuticals. It's put here for us to have access to, so that we can stay healthy and be the people that God called us to be.
Just as you was finna say, the heal and the heal thyself is the key to that sentence. Like you can take that same some dandelions or add daffodil, add your shea butter, make you a little paste, use it as a topical, and I assure you you'll know the difference. Because I had a hematoma on my left leg. I damaged a piece of steel contacted my kneecap, and it swallowed up like 2 kneecaps on the side of my left leg. And I went to several doctors. They had nothing. Went to Mother Melody right here off the clubhouse and got the daffodil with the paste, and you throw some herbs in it, some penetrators. That's what peppermint's there for. Peppermint is a penetrator. You can put that in most of the stuff that we mentioned, and add your little another penetrator, your cayenne or whatever's necessary with your garlic, etc., and put that together, paste it with some honey. All those herbs, keep them handy, and you can drop any one a combination of in your tea, soup, salad. You're done. You're healing thyself, and you haven't even left your home. But I don't know. We pretty hard to work with, but if you work with yourself, it's not just for Queen of Fool anymore, but she tell you how to heal yourself. But no, man, she wants you to heal yourself and let you play and say, bye.
And Pastor, keep that comfrey around you. That comfrey is the bone healer. So you put that topically on your skin, and it'll listen. If you have a fracture or a bone injury, whatever, folks around here, I'm in the deep woods down the south. And these folks don't believe in no doctors. So, man, they'll take wrap their arm with that comfrey leaf or whatever and heal themselves. So I'm not neglecting to say don't, take care of yourself. But I'm saying there are a lot of natural things that we really need to tap into instead of these synthetics. And what they did was they took what Mother Nature gave us, basically use science to take all of the properties out so they don't need the plants anymore because everything's grown synthetically. But what happens is, while it might do something to help you, there are other things about the properties that are going to make it even sicker. You know how when you go and you hear these commercials and they say, oh yeah, this is going to heal this. They're going to be other things, including death, sickness, blindness, whatever, which are the side effects. And it is Mother Nature doesn't give you side effects. It gives you concentrated focus, what you need, especially when it comes to that hemp. That hemp and those cannabinoids, those CBG, CB, all those different cannabinoids in this cannabis. That's why they want it to be legal, because it is for the healing.
Just a reminder, we are going into spring equinox, and a lot of flowers will be budding. Just make sure that if you do have allergies, a lot of the stuff that people are talking about on the stage are helpful for your allergies. Me and my family suffer from allergies, and we use a lot of mullein leaf. We use the teas, we use the tinctures, we use the drops. I get a lot of it in an overabundance because I do have my grandchildren, the little ones. So my children make sure that they have it so that they are good and there's no mucus on their lungs, so that they can stay active and good through the school year as well. So yes, I'm loving this bill. I'm sorry, I just woke up and heard y'all talking my language and I thought I'd jump in. Anyway, continue on.
Little Feather, I still got you in my back channel. I read out of Mullen. I know I owe you some, but also local honey. Find the local honey producers in your area, because those local honeys are going to help you with those allergies. So you definitely, honey's good, but local honey is better because it's going to basically accumulate all the different pollens and things of your area. And it's almost like when you take a, we call those shots, so not vaccine.
It's like a vaccine, like it's giving you the antibiotics.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yep, so get your local honeys because they're going to be helpful, especially during allergy season.
Yeah.
Y'all make sure y'all detoxing too, because they steal some stuff in this air. So make sure y'all detoxing all these heads out of your body, your hair, your skin.
I think flawless, and you can speak, Michelle, but I know I think it's wormwood, the
Wormwood,
black walnut, the whole of the black walnut, and some other things that you take. And actually, I just go and get the organic. I get the organic off of Amazon, and I use it. Things I don't necessarily grow, but as long as it's certified organic and I know it has no chemicals, no pesticides, and I have no problem making my own mixtures of the different herbs and things like that. So please, let's make sure we're taking care of ourselves and our loved ones.
Yeah, get them bitters.
Yeah, I got bottles of bitters already made. I have adult version made with alcohol, or I got the one for the kids too. I did that with glycerin. Vegetable glycerin, and I got wormwood and walnut. It's probably like 8 different herbs in this bitters. Yep. Yeah, be careful with it because you might not make it. Just don't go nowhere. Stay home. Relax. Let it flow. If you go somewhere, you may not make it home.
You never lie. That is the absolute truth. You think you're doing one thing and something else be happening.
Does anyone know what the 4 tastes are? I'm trying to remember. Like bitter, sweet, sour, and there's one more. Bitter, sweet, sour.
Salty.
What is it?
Salty.
Is it salty or spicy?
Hey, that's
No,
fine.
they call it acrid.
She didn't know salty.
It's called acrid.
He
ain't somebody no salty. Some stuff don't taste salty if you put too much salt on it.
It's called accurate, something pronounced like that. Bitter, sour, sweet, and accurate. Not accurate, but accurate, something like that.
And that's probably gonna be like your citrus, like your acid, your lemons and limes and things like that. Which one does that fall under?
I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it, but I remember in The Art of War, it talks about that. You know, the four flavors, the primary colors, the sounds. It talks about the limitations of them, but yet, even though there's only four basic flavors, it produces thousands of different flavors. Those four basic, bitter, sweet, sour, accurate. Out of those four, you get everything.
So it didn't say accurate, but it did say salty.
I was gonna say it is salty.
Bitter, sweet, sour, and salty are the four, but accurate probably falls under one. Sour, accurate. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Yeah, somebody got married and to secure their vows, or as part of their vows, they each had to take a taste of the four tastes so that they would know, when the wedding, when the vows. And the marriage will sometimes be sweet, and sometimes it'll be sour, and sometimes it'll be whatever the other two are.
So accurate falls under bitter.
Bitter, okay.
So it's bitter, sweet, sour, and salty.
Okay. What do y'all think about that? You think that's what life is like? Four tastes?
I do. I really do. Yeah.
True testimony to real life.
Yeah.
You want to understand my
And isn't it amazing how many colors you can get out of the three primary colors, red, yellow, and blue? From those colors, everything else comes. And I don't understand why they don't consider brown a primary color. The earth is brown.
Because brown contains all colors, shy of being black. Brown has every color within it. And black obviously has absolutely every color in it. Creates black.
Primary colors are colors that you don't necessarily get by mixing other colors, but you get other colors by mixing them. They're the most fundamental, or I guess, basic colors.
Right. So when you mix everything, you get brown and black, right?
Yep.
When you mix everything, you get black.
Everything goes into black. It is like the absorber of everything.
Black is not a color, actually. It's the essence of color. It's where all color comes from. So that's why if you mix it together, you get black, because all color comes out of it.
And white is the absence of all color.
Yes, black and white are not colors, despite what many people think.
Right. But what a brown? I mean, I don't know. I'm being a little obtuse, but brown and green should go along with those primary colors, right?
Well, brown is a mixture of orange and yellow and
a little bit of white.
Yeah.
So, and green is obviously yellow and blue. So if you mix yellow and blue, and depending on the percentages of each, you're going to get very green, blue, and yellow. So, you start mixing these colors, and you find that you get the right combination. You're going to get some of the most amazing colors, and Mother Nature does it so beautifully naturally, which is what I love about even herbs and flowers, the natural flowers that we grow. Take those, and I'll tell you, this is the one that's the most exciting to me, is the black walnut. The black walnut has a natural dye. When I work with my walnuts, I have to use gloves because it'll literally turn my hands brown. So instead of using a stain on my woods when I make like my pole barn and things like that, we just take the walnut and we soak it in water, basically put it on the wood, and it stains the wood. So then
so many things in nature that create colors. Your indigos, a lot of your reds are gonna gives you the kind of those reds and those oranges and many of the other things. So while we look at things in nature, those are the same colors that are the dyes that our ancestors used for things like quilting and turning fabrics and things like that, colors. And so if we just kind of look in nature, we'll see that everything we need is actually being grown in the form of fibers and flowers and natural ingredients.
I'm an artist, so I know these things, but I've never used the walnut to color anything. I know that you could. I just never tried it. And hibiscus. Where do I get hibiscus? I have this long.
If you reach out to me, I just did 250 hibiscus plants because I put it in my herbal teas. And so here in Alabama, the Black Belt, we grow a lot of hibiscus because it's a good enhancer for the different herbal teas we use in terms of flavor. It has just kind of softens the flavor for a lot of things. That and lavender and those kinds of different herbs are really good to kind of give you a little bit of flavor in your tea blend. So if you reach out to me, I'll make sure you get some hibiscus. You just take the seeds, like right now, I just put like all the seeds in, and then we'll take those hibiscus and grow them out, and then through the summer and into the fall, the flowers will turn kind of a beautiful violet or red, kind of scarlet color. And we take the flowers and we dry them out, and then we combine them with our herbal teas. And you can use it for color.
Okay, that I'm gonna have to try that. I mean, I've been trying to paint and crayon and all that other stuff. Never used the natural stuff like that. What do you know about saffron?
It takes a lot of saffron, little stylus within the saffron plant. They're very delicate, and you just take a pair of tweezers and you pull that little centerpiece out, and that's the saffron. So they're labor intensive and very expensive. And so if you have a saffron field or whatever, it commands a very, very high dollar because it takes a lot of little saffron stylus things to make a saffron.
I have good quality saffron. I chew on about 10 sticks a day. 10 little, one of those little sticks every day, for specific reasons. But I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with kombucha? Because I used to make kombucha. I'm going to start making it again, but I recently learned that you don't have to use black tea. You can use other teas or herbs or something like that. Are you familiar with anything like that?
I do. Kombucha is my favorite thing to drink. And so this is my thing this year is to make my kombucha with my different fruits. And so we're going to make it with our fruits. It's kind of almost like a fermenting approach, but it's very, what are they like? Probiotics. So it's really good for your system. Kombucha.
So you make it with fruits instead of tea? Or?
Yeah, you can make it with mushrooms too.
Oh, really?
Black rays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it starts with the process. So you can use a lot of different things and mix things to get your flavors and stuff like that. So I'm really big into muscadine. So a lot of things like kombucha made out of muscadine is something that I'm really focused on. So I'm like going to be known for all things muscadine, the wine, the kombucha, the teas, sorbet, green, dehydrating them, all those kinds of things. And kombucha is one of those added value products that you can make with a lot of different fruits and things like that.
So, with the saffron, why do you chew? Isn't that too much? 10 a day? The lady told me.
They're really tiny. The sticks are really, really tiny. Sometimes maybe 2 or 3, at a time or something like that. But I do it because it helps memory. It helps dream recollection. It helps you remember your dreams. That's part of the reason I chew on a little saffron.
Yeah, they're little teeny little stems. They're very super delicate. So, but they're really, really good for you. I can tell you they're very, very expensive. So you are like growing them and collecting them and selling them. They're super valuable.
Yeah, I think I paid about $70 for the bag that I have. Something to that effect.
too, Yopon. It's like a holly, so it's an evergreen, and it is a caffeinated plant. It's one of the only caffeinated plants grown in America, and it's called a Yopon bush. And you take the Yopon, you dehydrate, you put it in the teas. That's really good for memory. I have ADD, and it's good for kind of really calming the mind and staying focused and centered. So you're getting a good Yopon tea. It's good for you as well for memory.
Lion's mane mushroom. Lion's mane mushroom. Good for the neurons and neuromelanin in your brain. And it's a couple of rabbits with lion's mane mushroom. You can mix it with some coconut.
And ayahuasca and cocaine.
I've seen people that were suffering from dementia would backtrack, like they don't go into that super dementia by doing a regimen of coconut oil, lion's mane, mushroom. It's a fish oil too, if you want to. I always stay on fish oil.
Yeah, that's that omega-3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Omega. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a brain food. It has DHA in it. I tell everyone that's like breastfeeding, it's it's good to take a herbal type of brain food, especially if you're nursing.
What I found interesting is there's so many different herbs and things that come out of nature that do the same thing. Like there are so many things that are good anti-inflammatories and good for your heart. I grow so a lot of things that I have grow automatically on my farm. They were here when I got here, like that elderberry and also goldenrod. Goldenrod is really good for your bladder and your kidney. So I just started harvesting it in season and collecting it and dehydrating it and then pulling it onto it and putting it in different teas. So there's a lot of things around us, like I can't stress that enough, that are going to help us, heal us, and keep us. They're actually going to save our lives in a lot of cases as we get off of these synthetic medicines.
I've been doing that with rabbit tobacco.
Yeah, I have some seeds, and I said this year I'd go try that, and also some natural cotton, because a lot of times that cotton has a lot of chemicals and things on it, but things like rabbit tobacco and cotton and those kinds of things, because a lot of artists use a lot of those herbs as well in their work.
Mm-hmm. This is everywhere. This stuff just grows like dandelions everywhere.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You probably find it on the side of the highway, Miss Ren. My grandma used to smoke. My great grandmother used to smoke it.
Yeah, that I think it's called wild celery is another one. That has a little bit of a psychedelic effect, but that stays on. Wild celery is good for you too.
Well, everybody say, you can take some acorns and make bread and pancakes and cookies from acorns.
You were saying that. I haven't looked at those acorns the same since. I was like,
Yeah, you gotta make sure they don't have holes in them because those are the worms that be in there, and if they float, they're not no good.
So when you crush them and take the center out, or what?
Mm-hmm. I soak them for a couple of days, like you do peanuts, because you got to make you some milk. Mm-hmm. Yep, and put that thing in the ninja, and grind it on up, and make you some flour. Like, man, I've seen all types of flour. You ever heard of tiger nut flour? Tiger nut?
I've never heard of it.
Mm-hmm. I make some good brownies with those.
What surprising to me was to find cauliflower flour, and they make pieces out of the cauliflower.
Oh, that's good.
And kind of a thin crust with the cauliflower.
the stuff. I hate that they market all this stuff, organic this and organic that. It's really not. It's all processed.
Yeah, they use that. So this is the way I look at it, because I grow commercially. So for me, that I'm getting my certification. They're gonna come and do my inspection on the second of April, and they're gonna come out and see my process and see kind of how we, farm or whatever. I only use it because it allows me to command a higher price on the commercial market. But otherwise, most of the farmers here in Alabama that I work with, they grow naturally. This is the same thing as organic. They don't use any chemicals or pesticides. They use a lot of compost and a lot of manures and things like that. Because the food is, and that's all organic is. It's just not using chemicals and things like that. Yeah. So you don't really need the label. I think we just do it because the government is giving more money. They charge me like $4,000 a year just to get certified every year to be organic. So it has to make sense financially to even go through the process. But considering I can charge a higher price when I sell to grocery stores and things like that, then that's the reason why I keep it. But otherwise, I just grow naturally and forget the label because it's not necessary, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you know where your food is coming from.
Yeah, look here. I can't wait. I got some trees I gotta get cut down. Once I get the trees, that's when I get to go. We're gonna have ducks, chicken, and lots of vegetables and fruits. Anybody in here know how to put down a giant tree? Y'all got a tree service in here?
Where are you?
South Carolina? I got 8 trees in my yard. 8 trees.
Just make sure they grind down the stumps. They get those stumps out for you.
No, you don't do that.
Oh, you don't? Why?
That's how your turkey tail mushroom grows.
Oh, okay. So your tree stumps for your mushrooms.
The mushrooms they die out over time, but year after year, the endless supply of turkey tail mushrooms because they grow off of old dead wood. So I don't even let them take the wood. I pile it up in the bag of my garden.
That's what I was doing. Yeah, because they clean.
I got a fire pit in the backyard. But other than that, whatever grows the mushroom, I go out there, pick it, clean it, and I use it because it's good for your gut, diabetes, cancers, all types of shit.
Yeah, when I cleared off my 2 acres from my cabin, they piled it up on the edge of the property line, and so we grow a lot of different mushrooms and things like that. So yeah, I got you. Look, I had to grind up my stump so I could actually farm on the farm and stuff like that because there was just too many of them around me. I had to make some.
Yeah, this one needed for you. Yeah, I needed that stuff.
Yeah, that's good for your mushrooms for sure.
And that was like 3 years ago, and I still got wood out here, and it grows every year. I get something every year. And it wasn't like that at first. I ended up going in my grandfather's on his land. He got over 100 acres out there in Georgia. And I just go hiking on his land. I'd be walking around, and then I found this big old piece of turkey tail mushroom. Yeah. It's bigger than my head. That thing was so huge. I brought it home, and I cleaned it. I gave it to my best friend. She had breast cancer. And it did lower her numbers. It did. She didn't die from cancer. She died from a heart attack. And I think that was her getting back on the medication and stressed out. Expander popped in her chest. All types of stuff. I think that turkey tail is good for all of those types of things.
But you probably find some elderberry out there too. Like at the sun lines along any trails or whatever. That's where it usually grows. So keep your eye out for it in the Carolinas.
I got a bush here. I got 2 of them. This year I was planning on bagging it up and selling it and putting this stuff on my Etsy account. Instead of hoarding it and keeping it all to myself, I'm gonna put it on the Etsy account.
And if you look down around, like at the bottom, especially this time of year, you'll see a bunch of little elderberry bushes coming up. Just take them and put them in pots, and literally you can sell the little elderberry plants. People love those.
You can keep making more, right? Look, today, well, I'm talking
I
about
just saw them today.
Yeah, speaking to me today now, I was out there and my oregano, that thing has been in that pot for about 4 or 5 years. It was saying, girl, when you gonna give me a new home? So I took it out the pot, and lo and behold, I'm talking about it was so many ants in there.
Yeah, take it and break it apart, kind of down by the roots, and make you about 6 or 7 other, and they'll just start continuing to push out. So what I didn't realize is by not like breaking them apart and trimming them back, that they will grow and get really bushy if you do that. So they want to be broken apart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They want to be loved on. You gotta do that. That's what I did. I broke it all apart, and I mean, I got so many pots out there with anybody needs some oregano. Anybody needs some. So I don't have room for it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have any room, but I got them. They're here.
Look mean.
You want them, girl.
I was going to see each other in Atlanta when we do our little visit. And we exchange
We're going to be making an herbal plant exchange.
Yes, absolutely.
Guess what I did for my son last week? And this is so funny. My kid, he joined the plant club at school. So they stay after school for like an hour, and he does the little plant club because he likes being in the garden and stuff. So he came home with a Christmas cactus. And you know, it's just that little piece, that little lobe, and you just stick it in the dirt and it grows. Those little pretty Christmas. Y'all, why my little dog done ate that thing up? So I felt bad. So I ordered him a new one, and there's nowhere you can find it. So I ordered it off of Lowe's. It got here. I'm talking about that boy is so happy over that Christmas cactus. I'm about to make more of them because it looks like people like those little plants. People actually order Christmas cactuses, and they're really pretty.
I'm telling you, people don't really know where things come from. So if you could take them and put them in little pots or whatever, you got a whole business going on, a little nursery.
I'm ready.
Cucumbers. They started to grow, but the pot was too small. Then I got sick and forgot about them. But I'm gonna try again. It's springtime. It's planting. The last moon was the planting moon, wasn't it? This full moon is next to planting moon.
You can, plant by the moon, and also you can take your little trellis and they'll grow up on the trellis, and then the cucumbers will be on the ground too. That's another thing. Yeah, trellis them.
I'm such a city girl. I never really was much of a farmer, but I'm gonna try it.
So I'm a new farmer. Look, I've only been farming about 3 years. I'm a city girl too.
Have you ever did hydroponics? Try some hydroponics.
Somebody growing shit in the water.
Yeah, you can grow it in our house. If you live in a city, and I think you would, like, you can get you a account where you can have some spinach on there, some green.
Or hanging gardens. If you live in the city, you can have hanging gardens.
Lettuce, things like that. Yep, a lot of your
Yeah, this
herbs.
could be in our house with some growing lights and stuff like that. The growing lights really work. I think you would do good with that. As long as they get up to 12 hours of light and some water. I like to give my water at the end of the day.
Well, Well, you know you can also electrify too. Your crops to make them bigger, make them grow faster, make them eat.
You know, like with copper?
Yeah, you know, like using the copper rods to
You use
to
that in
turn.
marijuana.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. I seen people do it with pumpkin, squash, tomatoes. Yeah, it works.
Tell you, hey Red,
You can put crystals in the soil too.
oh yeah. I do a big tomato garden every year. Come on, I be having so many tomatoes. I be giving that shit away. Give it away. Tomatoes.
Yeah, that's what my granddaddy do. I told you he be growing shit down there on the farm, and he be bringing my mama back, you know, vegetable potatoes and peppers and cucumbers and shit. He be growing. He be giving a lot of that shit to the church and them people down there. And we would just, and like I said, I was just having this conversation with him like last week, because now my mama done started having like, my granddaddy getting older. Now we done started eating the third Sunday at his house, having dinner at his house on the third Sunday of the month. So now I'm just starting having these gradual conversations with him about, going down there and him showing me like, everything that he learned that his dad and his granddaddy taught him about the farm and all that shit. So when he ain't here no more, I'll know all that shit.
Take your recorder. I tell everybody I have a couple farmers. Every week I sit down with them. They give me all those tips, all those different practices, and I just sit with my recorder and record all this good information. I can't remember it, but I'll be able to catalog it and pass it forward. So just a little tip.
That's so important. When my mother was trying to show me how to plant all these things, I just wasn't interested. She had a little 6x6 garden.
Yeah, I told my granddaddy, I said, I want to learn this shit, granddaddy. Like, I told him, because he was saying he had to go down there and do some more work, because his ass just fell out last weekend, had to go to the hospital again. But he was saying he had to go back down there and do some more work in a couple of people's houses in the church, and I was just telling him, like, I'll go with him and I'll do the work. You know what I'm saying? Just, show me, so he ain't got to be crawling around and doing everything. But I also told him I want him to go to, like, the rest of our land and, just show me everything. Because it's different than when I used to go down there when I was younger and seeing shit and, me understanding now what everything is when I'm older. So that's why I want him to show me everything now.
That's non-listening. Because who else is going to do it if we don't learn it?
So at least one of us got to know it, because I'm my granddaddy's oldest, only really grandson, and then my uncle, like he damn near can't see out of one eye. So shit is me.
It's going to be a great adventure for you. I'm really proud of you, and I really encourage you, because I have 160 acres and it's land I haven't even.
Yeah, we got 120. Yeah, we got 125. Well, the family is like 3-something, but between him and his sisters and what they have to split up. Yeah, we sure do. Yeah. And I seen the paper of all the percentages of like what family member owns what percentage of what acre.
Yeah.
I seen all of that. So yeah, it belongs to the family.
What I did was I bought, so I have 57 heirs in my family. I bought the land from my heirs, so I put it in my trust. Because when you have, for me, having family in Alabama, people didn't live here and they're scattered around, and so to do anything like for business, money off the land, it was almost impossible, because you can't get 2 people to agree to anything in my family.
My granddaddy had to do that. He had to go track down a relative all the way in California, because he was the last male heir of that side of the inheritance that can't nobody else sign the papers but him. Right. So they really had to go find him.
So have you ever heard of a guy named Aaron Magruder of the what they call the very the Boondocks?
Oh yeah.
That's my cousin, and so all the people are in my family, and so everybody's doing their own thing, and so in order for me to be able to actually like manage the land, I basically purchased it from everybody. So I had to give everybody their portion of the land, money, and then I put it all into my trust so that I could run businesses off of it. And then, of course, they'll be able to come and visit and all that. But I wanted to make sure that I could manage it with the forest and the wetlands and things like
And
that.
preserve it, just really preserve it.
Yeah, because it's just difficult. And here's another thing that was difficult. When you do heirs property, if one of those heirs would go into a contract with somebody, they could come along and force the sale of that land, because all it takes is one heir to sell their portion, and it puts the whole thing at jeopardy. So there's some.
And that's why my granddaddy said, no matter what we do, don't never motherfucking say it.
Yeah, that's what they told us too. And this land's been in my family since 1867, so it's been 160 years.
Yeah, we've been had this shit since before slavery, before colonization.
Yeah.
Before colonization, I think mine's like close to like 500 and some acres.
Yeah.
Like now, the family over time, we got like 3 and some change.
That's a lot of land. So it's a lot of land, and yeah, you just, when you start walking, you just find all kinds of neat things going on. I have like 3 duck ponds, so we have duck and geese. And
yeah, we got a lake.
Yeah, so we have lakes and stuff like that. So yeah, you're gonna enjoy it. And if you have children, little people, take them out there and get them.
And that's what I want to do. That's why I say, like, I want to go out there, experience it, set stuff up, for them to come down there and make a dirt bike trail, mule trail, build a tree house, get some solar. I think Phil for Michelle are talking about solar panels and shit the other day. Like, I got a whole plan of shit I want to do when I go down there.
The first thing you need to do with your plan is that you said you've seen all the paperwork. You need to have all the paperwork.
I got it.
Make sure you have it.
I got it. I screenshotted some of this shit and put it in my PTR so I can show people, like, when niggas get shit.
Don't do that.
No. I'm saying just not everything, but the shit that I put out there to try to prove a point. Like, how niggas be out here trying to, man, y'all niggas ain't got shit. Y'all niggas come from. I'm not one of them niggas.
Let them talk.
So and then just like she was just saying, I got the paper that shows like the whole percentages, the 16th, 8th, to the 17th, 20 years of an acre, and all of this of what belonged to who. Like I got all the trust of what it's in my great granddaddy name. I seen all that paperwork.
Yep, it's you know what I'm gonna tell you, there is nothing for me. There is nothing probably more important, more valuable than that paperwork that you're talking about, and then those stories and the history. So a lot of oral stories that are told, you'll be able to track back through the court documents, go to your county courthouse, and you can track back a lot of that documentation beyond just the deeds and those kinds of things. And we were able to validate a lot of the stories with the actual official documentation, even the slavery documents of my family.
So look, I just put my family history book in my PTR. This is my family, like my ancestors. This ain't some people I'm attaching myself to, somebody I might be related to. These are the people that's in my family tree.
Yeah.
This is my family history book that was given. My granddaddy gave my mama this book when we buried my great grandmama in our family cemetery, like early last year, January.
I love that. It's so important. It really is important. As a matter of fact, depending on where you live, so I live off the Black Warrior River. Depending on where you live, there's a lot of, you're going to find so much history. Like for me, there's a lot. We have the Alabama Museum, African American Museum in Montgomery, and my family's name is listed in all of that because we were the early settlers and came in 1819 when Alabama became a state. My family came over with that, and I'm just saying it to say there's so much that if we're not careful, we'll get buried, and we definitely want to keep that alive and pass it forward and to be able to tell that history and let folks know where they came from and who their people are. And it's just, if you get a trail like what you're talking about, I mean, that is like gold to have that for your future generations. Because what I decided is I'm the ancestor of the future. So I do a lot of documenting, writing, and stuff like that because I want to make sure that it's not so hard for the people coming after me to know the stories because we had to go back and pull all these records. So it's my responsibility to make sure that we're documenting it and telling stories so that those next generations can have our story from our words and not have to sort of piece it together. So I'm really proud of you and really happy to see what you're going to do with all the history that you have. So
look, this just to toot my horn a little bit, right? So my granddaddy, he built half of Atlanta. Like, he actually had a hand in the infrastructure of the city. If you look at one of his contracts that he had in the early 70s, it's $1 million contract. I just put it in my PTR. Fred Smith, he was the general contractor on the project. He was an electrician.
Coming down
$1 million contract.
And all that.
Yeah, he built my granddaddy did buildings downtown. He did the Marble Station, and he did the terminal when they was first building the Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield Airport. He did all of that.
Yeah, that is history. That is Atlanta. That's like the core of Atlanta right there.
Mm-hmm. He did all of that. So I seen all the pictures, all the paperwork, all the contracts. I took a picture of some of this. Like I said, I got this one of them in my PTR. I got another one for another $500,000. That my granddaddy did. He was a Mason. He had connections.
Welcome to Atlanta himself.
Yeah, he was a Mason. He had connections. When y'all niggas be talking about the Black Boule and all these, my granddaddy was a part of that society.
Yeah, my grandmother was an Eastern Star as well.
Yeah.
His
girlfriend, Miss Judy, was an Eastern Star. So yeah.
Grandma, and he made. He's been starting shit. She got a lot of land.
So, because he was the one that showed me all his pictures of the lodge and all his Masonic shit.
Boule and Mason are different. It was Boule and he was Mason.
Yeah, he was one of them uppity niggas.
I mean, well, Boule is specific. It's not just an uppity person. You know, the Boule.
I was just saying that my granddad wasn't uppity niggas, but I ain't putting him in the Boule. I'm just saying it because I know what type of nigga my granddad is. But nah, Black, I ain't putting him in the Boule. But he is a Mason. He is a Mason.
Just make sure you go down to those places because we come out of Monroe, Georgia, which is like just south of downtown Atlanta.
We come out of Blakely and Milledgeville.
So the thing is, get to those courthouses and get to those records because that's where, in Alabama, that's where I found so much. I have to get to Monroe because my family was there, and there are a lot of records in Monroe related to my family as well. So I know if you go to some of those the courthouses. They keep all those records, those big old books of just lots of land records and trust and deeds and things like that. And even before emancipation, a lot of the wills and things like that are there because, like I said, anything that's happened in Alabama, same thing happened in Georgia, same thing happened in Carolinas. It's the same system. And a lot of that information is housed. Like for us, the University of Alabama, the stories of the slaveholders when they were writing to the family, because this was a prominent family here in Alabama, writing about my family because we were the enslaved, and they were talking about, the lifestyle, what was going on among the slaves and on the plantation, that kind of stuff. So there are records that are scattered throughout this country, and you just, it takes a little bit of time, but the point is, when you get on those trails, it almost becomes addictive. I had to just stop because I couldn't live my normal life when I was running around trying to get history, and I think I have enough to be satisfied. We actually did a 500-some page book on Amazon called The Alabama Black Recruiters, and it goes back to 1650, back before, slavery actually.
See, when I trace my family back, the family tree starts with the laws. The laws married into the Goosebys and the Hutchinsons, right? That turned into the Smiths. And my granddaddy is a Smith. But my granddaddy's grandmama is a Hutchinson. She married a Gooseby. See what I'm saying? But they descend from the laws.
And were they always on the land in Georgia, or were they migrating from Georgia?
They was always on the land in Georgia. That's what I'm saying. We had, and see, when you read our family history book, right? It's like we encountered white people like the early 1900s. Before then, we hadn't seen no crimes.
So y'all
remember this. in the whole of Georgia, it wasn't slavery everywhere.
Right.
It wasn't slavery everywhere. So in some parts of Georgia, in most parts, it was niggas was free. Niggas was on their land.
Yeah. That I didn't find out until I moved to Alabama that there were like the Choctaw people. Many of my friends who are farmers, they have always been on their family land. They actually remember having powwows and those kinds of events going on, and they were never enslaved. They always were on their land. They've always been the landholders. And that's something that we wasn't taught us in history. So it's just really beautiful to see that everybody wasn't enslaved, and that we talk about that here a lot, but to actually know people who know their family story and have still are on the same land they've been on forever. So yeah, it's beautiful.
And that's what I be trying to tell people when they try to generalize history and say that well the reason that all of us is over here is because of slavery. No, you have to find out where you fall in that story, because everybody's story isn't the same.
Yeah,
everybody's family history is not the
depending
same.
on what line you're talking about, because we have a combination, right? We have some of the, especially in my family, a lot of the women were, they were always, they're native to this land, but then a lot of the men
came from somewhere else.
From slavery. So when you kind of do that whole DNA blood thing, you got with everything in you, because by the time you get to me, I got probably almost 12,000 ancestors that I have to go through, and of course. For me, some of those people were enslaved. Some of those people were from Africa. Some of those people are Native, and believe it or not, a lot of those people are actually Scottish, because I
was just about to say that. Listen, I found when I did my genealogy, I didn't find no Africans, but I did find white people. Found some white people that married into the other side of my family, and then on my mama's side. Her mama, daddy, Bubba, he was half white. His dad was a white man. His mama was black. But
you find any Negroes? You find any Negroes?
What you mean? Like on the census where they label the Negroes?
Yeah, family. Yeah, when you have the genealogy.
Because my auntie Ann told me that my grandmama mama, which is their grandmama, was an Indian, and her mama was an Indian. And they both worked on Bubba's daddy plantation, but Bubba's daddy married an Indian, which is Bubba's mama, and Bubba married an Indian, which is my grandmama's mama.
What was Bubba?
Bubba is my great granddaddy. So it's my great grandmama's daddy. His name is Bubba.
No,
he had
white, right?
Yeah, he had white. His daddy white and his mama black. And Bubba daddy is a full white man, and he married a black woman, which was mom's mom.
So that's the thing. It's like these histories are so dynamic. I mean, our first grandfather in America, he came from Scotland. They were actually the Druids.
Their last name is Scott. I said in the white side, like my grandmama's daddy, who I'm talking about, Bubba them, their last names are Scott.
Yeah, so we're Magruder. So, and actually, when they came here, they changed the name from MCG to MAG, and then my great-great-grandfather, when he was emancipated, took MCG back, and that's what the Magruders are in Scotland. And we actually know those people in Scotland, because those white Magruders, we connected. But seeing ABC, Soul of a Nation, did my family special, so they kind of helped us to kind of pull our family tree back together and connected the white side and the black side. So we kind of know who the white Magruders are and the black Magruders are. We acknowledge each other as people, whatever. But we all came from a common ancestor in 1650 with Alexander Magruder, who came over because he was a prisoner of war during one of those wars over in Europe, and he was sent here. And when he came here, he then became, because they're out of Prince Charles up in Maryland and Virginia, in that area, and he had his own. He was an exporter of tobacco, so that name is very popular for PG County. As a matter of fact, they're Confederate people. So actually, it turns out that they had a school that they renamed because of the white Magruders. They were enslavers or whatever, so they changed the name on that. So there's some real salacious, crazy history in my family name. But, you know, it's funny. No matter what we have in our history, it is what it is. And, you know, when you start looking, you find things that you don't want to find, because I have cousins who are really pissed off because they don't want to have no white blood in them. But, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, if you don't want to know, don't go look, because you can't, when you start looking, you can't determine what
I mean, I'm not directly white, but I mean, I got some white great granddaddies and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I embrace that. I don't give a damn. You know what I mean? I'm gonna still say what I say about white folk.
Some people want to say they're pure blood Indian or pure blood this or pure blood that, and it's kind of hard in 2026 to be pure blood anything if you are black and in this country, just because you have so many sides of people, right? So many generations of people who enter relationships or whatever, especially if they came through enslavement or indigenous to the land, that kind of stuff. It's just very mixed up at this stage. But I'm black. I mean, I claim it. My family, you know, it was mostly my great-great-grandfather. He was emancipated. Then him and his son started buying up all the land here in Alabama. He was one of the first to, you know, like mobilize folks for voting, those kinds of records and things like that. So I absolutely am proud of who we were as an enslaved people, and to come through. And for me to own the land, I'm like probably the 7th generation landowner of the same land, and then I'll pass it to my daughter, and it'll stay in the family, whatever. But yeah, you know, I take great pride in all of it, and you know, I'm the next generation, so I get to decide what, as an ancestor, what my story's going to be, because I'm writing my own damn story. I don't want nobody to tell my story. I'm telling my own story, and I'll pass it on to those who are coming after me, because I am the next set of ancestors. So yeah, we have to think about that.
Black,
you know,
I have a question for you.
I'm definitely.
So when we talk about our admixture, right? I did happen to do my, Ancestry.com or something like that. And I'm just curious, when we talk about, unless we've done our genealogy, and even then, I don't know, I just, you know, how do we know when it indicates a relation to Europe? Why do we equate that with white? Were there no black Europeans traveling?
Yeah.
There were, for me, but it's not everybody, and you don't have to, but except I'm just saying that I actually know the people. I've been traced to know the exact human beings and photos and things like that for me. So I know specifically who Alexander Magruder was and who he is. So I never ever assign anybody else's history to my particular history, and I would hope no one does that. And we don't have a right to tell anybody what their history is, because it is so mixed up. It could be any and everything. I mean, when I pulled the DNA test for me, I have 10 different places in Africa that is a part of my genetic, all in around Central Africa and West Africa and all over. And so it's like, I just took it as another data point. I didn't feel any way, good or bad, or otherwise. It's just another piece of information to go. But, you know, like I said.
But see, listen, in my case, it's like these white people that came over here, we ain't necessarily, because I don't know if the Scots came from Europe or Scotland or Ireland or wherever. I ain't found out where both of them family came from. But see, in my case, it was just white people mixing with the indigenous women of my family. See what I'm saying? It wasn't no, you know, Africans or none of that. It's just, and it's just only in that instance. See what I'm saying? And they were married. They were together. They were in relationships. And this is coming from my aunties and my grandmama and them telling me about their grandmama. See what I'm saying? Which is mom. And they, you get what I'm saying? They great grandmama who they knew.
Let me say this. This is where people are one-sided. I'm just going to give you a point, because I'm a mathematician, statistician, so I understand binomial equation. For every human being, you have two parents. You might be able to track one line, but by the time you get to us, there's so many lines of people who intermarried who you may or may not know. And that kind of gives you a whole array of people that you could be related to. You know who your granddaddy, or you might know one side, but most of us don't know every side and every line. So,
Yeah, that's true.
and that's the thing. I mean, it doesn't on one line that we know, but I'm telling you, I don't know. I just started to do my grandmother. I know my grandfather, but I have 2 grandmothers, and I have, 4 and then 16 and then 100. I mean, you get to thousands of people that have a genealogy that goes back, and by the time you do that, it's almost impossible to say you are just one thing. Unless you came out of a tribe and you are still a member of a tribe, I am statistically confident to say we are not who we think we are. And unless we can get to those genealogies of all those people, we never really know. And that's where the pain comes when you do go down a line and find out, oh, shit. Now I'm coming up to some Europeans or some people from Europe or wherever. And they can be black or otherwise. But it does something to you psychologically and mentally that do not hear anything. And to be in this country as melanated people, it's almost impossible to be one thing, and that is a fact.
Well, I mean, it only takes like a couple generations to actually be pure, right? So, if you have,
Can I answer Stephanie's question before you derail what we were
I'm
talking
gonna
about?
I just gonna mute first.
Yeah. So Stephanie, when you do it, I mean, and how do you know who these people are, especially when you get back into the 1500s. Now, for me personally, some of the people that went before me that did the genealogy, they put the pictures there. But that don't really mean that's who those people are. And that's in my opinion. Now, unless they were somebody that was in history, so like I have some people that fought in that Revolutionary War, so, and they had flags and, they had all of their documentation and information. So it just really depends on how you look at it, because it's not pictures. And, the camera didn't come around until one point in time. And at this moment, I don't trust these motherfuckers no more, y'all. I don't trust them to tell us, to let me know I don't trust them to tell us the accurate history of what these people look like. And that's just you see it all the time. Michelangelo did it. And now that I'm doing this new study that I'm doing, I'm seeing that they've done it in so many instances and with important details with people in history. So that's, so you'll never really know exactly those people's identities just by doing your genealogy, because people whitewash, they cover things up. So you really kind of don't know.
No, and I think that was, I'm sorry, and I appreciate that, because outside of like knowing my maternal grandmother or great grandmother's ethnicity and and a little bit about what was told to me, like outside of that, like I don't know, I can't say definitively, right? So I'm sorry.
Hello?
Allow me to finish, Bruce. So when I did the ancestry, it's like you see whatever percentage European, and it's like immediately your brain goes to white. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, so yeah, it just made me pose the question, like, how do you know the percentage of those Europeans? How do you know whether they were white or black? That was it.
And that's the thing with that DNA test, they tell you it's for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, I really don't. I'm not sure I believe all that, because I'm really going back to my documentation from my family.
Yeah.
With those stories, we were able to find the paperwork to support the family stories, and to me, that is the most credible, is the family stories that were passed down, because there's a MCG spelling a Magruder, and then there's a Magruder, and the Magruders, we all have the same great-great-grandfather. He was a breeder, so he had over 100 children, and when he was emancipated, he brought 6 of those women onto the land that I currently own on their own portion of, and they all had families, and the Magruders became white passing, and so they have melded into white society, but we all still got the same great-great-grandfather who was half black and half, European or whatever, Scottish. So, you don't even know. I have a sister who is my blood sister. We have the same mother and
to me because we kind of segment each other when we can have the same, come through the same bloodlines, and yet we all look different, and we, want different things. I don't know. It's really interesting to me, the psychological game we play in ourselves about where we come from, who we are, and who are our people. I live on the land, so I know the indigenous people who were on this land. I'm very connected. The things I do on this land, the way I steward this land, absolutely incorporates the Choctaw, because those are the people who are I live on the Black Warrior River, hence being the Black Warrior Queen, and so I've taken a lot of the indigenous ways and incorporated it in how I steward my land. And you can't tell me that I'm not Choctaw and somewhere down my lineage, because the vibration and energy that I get off my land says that that's who I am, and I embrace it. And it doesn't matter what my DNA says. That's what I relate to, and that's who I am.
Yeah, much respect to those of you who have that. I'm laughing at myself, not at anybody else. That have the ability to get that firsthand knowledge, because when I asked my father, like, I don't know what it is with some boomers, and it made me think of a story of a friend of mine who's passed away, God bless her soul. I remember having a conversation with her, and she said she didn't even know how old her mother was. That her mother did not tell her when she got ill, and she just, boom, within a week passed away. It's like, oh, mom's sick. Oh, mom's gone. Wait a minute. Hold on. What do you mean? And that's not the only story that I've heard like that, right? It's something about, again, the boomers specifically. I can just speak to that generation, that were very secretive. So I bought my dad a book. It was a book on social media I saw, words my dad would say, or something about my dad. And they have one for mother. And, if your parent is still around, have them provide this information to you.
I bought that from my dad.
Okay, yeah, not having written a word. So I'm like, Dad, I would like to just video you and just, talk to you, because now he's a great grandfather. As my children, obviously have children. And I'm like, I would just really like to, since we have that technology, we have that available, just, ask you some account. Yeah, no. So it's when I hear people talk about, get this firsthand, I'm like, that is so wonderful, but not everybody, I guess, is willing to share. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, weird.
So as a baby boomer, and I'm dealing with the last of the generation, the elders, because they're all 87 to 100 and something, it is difficult because you'll get a similar account, and I've been recording, and you get a similar account, but it kind of gets a little mixed up with who we're talking about, because a lot of people have similar names and that kind of thing. And in my family, there are a lot of scandals. And people don't want that stuff to come out. But you know what? I'm getting some good stuff. Man, I am getting some amazing stories. And it turns out that there's this piece of land that is on the edge of my property that is a Indian burial ground. And I got that through my great aunt. She was on my grandmother's side. I didn't even know my grandmother was from here. And I got to my grandmother's people, and she actually lives on the land there. And so I'm getting all kinds of stuff. And you know what? Whether it's true or not, I don't even care. It's just sort of the storytelling and the legacy of it all. And I love, I like storytelling. So it's become a part of my land's brand, because, we are turning this into a historical site along with some other sites in this area. And those stories are going to be attached to this land and to this site. I actually have now some historical societies that are going to take the things that we found in the stories in the books, because it's already been sort of codified through ABC, Soul of a Nation, and through some other documentary sources, that now I can tell that story and get the same credibility telling all kinds of stories and painting their own narrative. And so all I want to do is be able to tell my own family story the way I want it told. So there's going to be some truth, some false, some mixed up, but guess what? It's my story and I'm sticking to it. And so that's what my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren are going to learn. That's what folks will learn when they come and visit us. That's what I'm going to make a whole lot of money off of through our resort and those kinds of things. So you know what? It's no different than anybody else. So you know what? Whatever makes you happy, whatever your spirit feels, and of course, I'm not trying to hurt nobody and do no harm. But this is my truth and my reality, and I'm sticking to it. But I really do try to stay true to the documentation that we found, the slave records, the wills of passing my family from family to family over 100 years before emancipation. All of those things are documented, and they've become larger than life. I mean, those stories have gone around the world through ABC. So, you know what? I'm just having fun with it. And so what I am really, I don't know, I'm just a things, but what I hold true to is my Black ancestry, my indigenous ancestry, and I actually am sitting on the land. So nobody can tell me because I got the land. And I know this was land where many of my relatives were born, and some have even passed away on this land. So that's what I hold to. Even if I didn't have it, I will create a story in my head, and whatever little bit of information.
Black. That's where you throw me right there.
What's that mean?
You throw me for a loop when you say whatever story is in your head. Like, there is a such thing as the truth. And I, being a lover of the truth, and God bless you for however you want to tell your story. That is your story. We not kinfolk. So I have no vested interest on how you tell your story.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Let me preface it with that. But let me say that as a person who is a lover of the truth, this is why I wanted my dad's account. You know, I asked him specifically about, we were having a room, or I was in a room where they were talking about slavery and the history of some people, lineage in this country, And I'm like, okay, you know, Dad is what, 86? You know, let me see if his grandmother had shared with him something that her grandmother had shared with her. Let me see if I can get to some account of an account. And I remember him saying, we were focused on living and just trying to live with just let nobody tell no stories. And I was like, oh wow. Like, because, and I'll just say this, my motive is for my grandchildren. I can speak to my lived account. I can give them an account of my life and things that I lived through. But I want to go back because I'm seeing the difference. I'm seeing the change in the landscape. I'm seeing the revisionist history in real time take form and take shape. So I, you know, as the matriarch of my family, want to be able to give my grandchildren something that comes from me, that I can say, this is truth. You know what I'm saying? And so, so you kind of throw me when you say, it's in your head and this is, you know, it's your truth. So that kind of throws me because I'm not clear on what you mean by that.
Let me clarify. We have a 500-page book, and that book is primarily documents. That documents the stories were told, and I have a cousin who was an attorney at Cornell, very, very brilliant man. I have another cousin who has a degree, and he is a history professor in Ohio, University of Ohio. They collaborated on the documentation they had to help pull this together. We had ABC come in, and we had to show them the documentation for them to do this. If you go on YouTube, there's the Alabama Black Magruder's. All of that is documented truth. But I got an aunt who's still alive, who's like 87 years old, who lives on the edge of my property, and she talks about the money tree and the burial grounds that she swears to as a kid and the stories that she swears to as a kid. Well, I don't know because I'm just taking her story and I recorded it. So that is oral history. My great-grandfather, you know, we find out things, but then we go into records and find out. You go to the museum or you go to the courthouse and you see his voting where he was one of the first men to vote, or stories about a cousin who had a standoff with the sheriffs and the KKK who ran my great-grandfather out. There's some truth, and then there's some folklore attached to that. What I'm saying is, I didn't make any of this up, but whatever stories I've been told, documented, and captured, and because I'm living on the land, I'm kind of living and sitting with this, and it's becoming larger than life, but it's all anchored in some form of truth. But do we get the full story? Nah. But can we kind of make a leap from one place to another to kind of make it make sense? That takes some speculation, and it's not going to be an exact truth. And so I'm not lying about anything. I'm just saying, to get from here to there, this is a story that was told, and this is what was passed forward.
Thanks for clarifying, Black.
Yeah, it's not my history. It's the history of the ancestors that we're trying to piece together. We had over 1,000 acres, so guess what? They're both, my great-great-grandfather is Charles Magruder Sr., my great-grandfather is Charles Magruder Jr. Who owned the land? Was it Senior or Junior? One of them owned the land, but it didn't really matter because both of them are in my family, and I now own the land. So those kinds of things, and some of those stories got mixed up. How did we get the land? Did the slave owner, who was a white cousin, help him buy the land, or did he get it on his own? We don't really quite know. So there's like 4 or 5 different assumptions as to how he possibly came by the first acreage of the land. So that's really what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about making up my own stories. I'm saying there's stories that have been passed down that we're passing forward. Some of them kind of don't quite make sense, but there's got to be some truth in there. That's all I would say, really. I'm not going beyond that.
I appreciate you for clarifying your point.
Yeah, and I didn't
maybe he worked for the land. Like maybe he actually earned the land. So I know they weren't giving out. So
what happened was before emancipation, we were passed from in the 1700s, the slave owner who had impregnated a melanated woman who's more than likely an indigenous person. When he died, he willed my family to his daughter. And in the will, it said that none of the Magruders, my particular family, could be passed to the men in the family. So when she died, she willed us to her daughter, which was like a great niece or whatever. So you got these enslaved people who show up in the records of the death benefits, because we're on the in the financials, like property. Was just my family's name of my great-great-grandfather, his children, his grandchildren, those kinds of people. We're always listed, and we're passed from family to family. When she died, it was in the will that we couldn't be passed to the man, so we ended up being a ward of the state, and they were getting ready to make a decision whether or not we could be freed. But before they could actually free us, emancipation happened, so we were automatically freed. Well, when you talk about who's the executor of states and stuff like that, especially plantations, that plantation overseer, whatever, who was a family member, these are all white Magruders, he basically allowed my great-great-grandfather to be a sharecropper on part of the white plantation land, and then from there he purchased it, and then they kept expanding and buying more and more land. So I have a combination of different kinds of land that was bought and owned, and that's kind of how the story goes. But did he have the money because he did work? And of course, they say he was a carpenter and this and that and the other. Or did it turn out that that was part of an inheritance that he got when he was freed? We don't really know. The records aren't clear. So those are just the speculations of the possibilities. And they're all in that book. So, yeah, there's a lot of unknowns that need to be teased out. But I'm too busy making money and building a legacy for the next generation. So I don't have time to go back and do all that. And at this stage, I love the history I found, but I'm busy trying to build my legacy as the ancestor to the future and pass this whole thing forward. So that's about where I land, because I'm a baby boomer.
And you know what? The crazy thing about it is, everything you said is correct, because my family's that way too. I have family in Yamasee, South Carolina, and we have. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So Black, yeah, I have family in Yamasee, South Carolina. We have over 100 acres, and it's brought or whatever by Irish people, whatever, that my one of my ancestors, my land in like Oregon and Oklahoma as my we person as black people land. Like that was by Irish people. It's that land that's owned. And so, but it's strictly like bunch of black people or my ancestors that got. But I don't know. Half those people I don't know. So it's not. I mean, it is what it is. But 100 acres, and I know my dad, of course. My dad, he has the land. He's dead, so I don't know where the land's going to. And so it is what it is, man.
Well, what I would say to you, if your dad is an heir to the land and he passed away, then you are now the heir. So I have 57 acres that I purchased Magruder Farms, my Black Warrior State from. And that meant my dad had passed away. He had another wife. There's 7 of his children.
I don't know if I'm the heir or not.
If your father was in the land or your grandfather, the way heirs property works.
My half sisters, they did bloodline also, but that's my dad. But I mean, that was my grandmother's land. I mean, but it was born from Irish, bullshit. So I don't know if I want to claim it or I don't want. I just maybe don't want to have nothing to do with it. But I'm trying to make land for us as black people, like in Oklahoma and Oregon. So I'm really trying to do that rather than trying to claim land that I don't know if it's truly mine.
Well,
all right. So I'm gonna speak then. So you got one person that's making up stories. You got another nigga, and the people in the chat pushed me to this, right? I wasn't gonna say shit. No. I gotta do it now. No, I'll still fuck that shit. The people in the chat, they're making it seem like I'm pussy. Like, fuck it. You got one motherfucker in there just saying she gonna make up some shit, fill in the blank. She don't know how they got the land, but it looked like they were in the slavery part. No, but it looked like she leaned into the slavery part.
I wasn't making it up. I have the deeds and I have the records.
Yeah, cool.
I wasn't making it up.
But it sounded like when you say you don't know where you got the land from, it sounded like in y'all story, y'all gonna lean into the slavery part, or it was given to them by a white man. Hold on, check it out. But even then, hold on. Listen, so now even this nigga said, I got some land that possibly could be mine, but I don't want it. Then immediately after that, he said, but I want to do something for black people with some land. Nigga, you got some, go get it. Nigga, what the fuck is going on, man? That shit is crazy. Yeah, that nigga Bruce is weird. He just said that he had some land that may be for him, but he don't want it because it probably was given to him by some white guy. Y'all got to fucking wrap this shit up.
So all the land that I have, all the land that I have is in my trust. So I am the rightful owner and heir of 160-year-old land that's been in my family, and it is in my trust, not my heir's property. I am the sole owner of 160 acres of my family land. So I assure you, we have cleared up the paperwork. We went back into the records. We have tracked down where the money came from. No, we don't know, but whose name is on the land, on the deed. I have the deed, the old deed, the historical deed, the land rights, all of that I have in my estate. So there's no question of that.
Oh no, let's wait. The only thing that was wrong with your submission was that goddamn story that you said you was about to freestyle. That's what we were talking about in the chat.
My point was
y'all just for the freestyle this nigga story.
Hold on, let me say. I have elders in my family who are telling their story, and I am recording the story, and there's some contradictions in the telling of the story. It has nothing to do with the land.
But how do you know it's a contradiction?
Because I've gotten the same similar stories from different people recorded, and they're not coming out to be exactly the same.
But do you see how that is crazy?
It's not crazy.
On your behalf?
It's a fact.
So all right. So listen. If other people
that are older than me have the same account. I'm just trying to make it make sense.
I want to talk to
Because
Pedro. I've listened to Pedro a long time.
a contradiction would be them not having an account. You just said you don't talk to some of these older people, they got the same account. You just find a contradiction, and probably based on records you found or based on history that you know to be true, which kind of would be crazy because
No, it's the way the story was told. It's the way the story that was passed down was told. In the communication, there's some slight discrepancy details of the stories. All I'm saying. These are oral histories that I'm talking about.
yeah, I mean, but that's how my family found land by a story that everybody thought was far fetched, and they went to Heflin, Alabama, and actually got their land because they kept hearing from my great uncle Jimmy about this land. And he said that the dude that so-called great, that's what our whole history was about. Well, on that side of the family was, oh, he great Auntie Louise, and it wasn't true. Him and Auntie Louise they were fucking. There were two young kids fucking. Auntie Louise got pregnant, and she didn't tell nobody that it was a white boy, right? So now this whole fucking time, people have been thinking Uncle Jimmy is fucking retarded. Well, Uncle Jimmy been telling the truth. It didn't make sense because nobody was like, yo, nah, see, they had those kids when they moved to Florida, but then somebody else that was in there was like, nah, yeah, Uncle Jimmy is biracial. He's not just light-skinned. His dad is the guy that owns They actually went, and we were able to get some land from that because Uncle Jimmy is, well, not even Uncle Jimmy. Uncle Jimmy's father would be part of our family as well, even though area or whatever, it's still his dad. So sometimes we get into these stories and we're like, this motherfucker just talking shit. But it's like, no, you need to listen because sometimes the mainstream media will paint a picture to where it sounds like our elders are lying. And that's the reason why they don't like to talk to us. Because we are looking at them and scrutinizing them when we don't scrutinize history. We don't even scrutinize history that much to even be scrutinizing our elders. Our elders been telling us for years that we've been Native Americans, or for lack of a better word, they're saying Indian, right? We've been laughing at them for years. Now, everything that they're saying is coming true. And it's like, wait, you still want to scrutinize these people? Maybe we should just go like kids and just soak up whatever they got to say.
And I want to say this to you, Pedro. That was my point because I have a cousin who passed away. He's on one side of the land. He tells a slightly different account from my aunt on my he's on my grandfather's side. My grandmother's side is on similar land. He tells a similar story, and the details are slightly different. So I'm not talking about who owned land. I'm just talking about stories about things that kind of happened in the family. These are not documented asset generating anything. That's all documented and settled. I'm talking about family stories and legends and things about people and my family and who got along with who and who was fucking who. All of those kinds of things are the stories that I have been recording that are the accounts of the elders. That's all I'm talking about. Anything that was official, if it deals with, I'm a CFO, if it deals with money, land, assets, anything to do with generational wealth, we have all the documentation and I have secured that because I purchased it. It isn't heirs' property. This land I purchased from my heirs because all they wanted was the money because they didn't live in Alabama, neither did I. I happened to come here, say, instead of y'all selling it out to somebody else, why can't I buy it? They sold it to me. I gave them their portion out of it, and it's in my estate. So we're not talking about anything that serious. I'm just talking about family folklore and stories and things like that. I want to document those because those have people's names attached to it. It has my great aunt, my great uncle, my cousin, my daddy's cousin. And so I just wanted to make sure that I kind of could pass those stories forward because they're kind of like folklore. And yeah, is there some truth? There is some truth to it. Is there some stuff that probably revisionist history? Yeah, probably so. But no. It's kind of nice to hear the voices of the elders. And that's all I'm talking about. So please don't get it twisted. This 160 acres that I'm on went from deed to deed to deed, and my family and I am the current executor of the estate. So please don't get it twisted in my conversation. I wasn't talking about anything serious. I was just talking about stories and sort of the humor of family dynamics. And yes, there's always something else.
Crazy not to have the all right, so in my family what we do is, and we argue about this all the time, so I feel like I'm just sharing with family, right? So when they try to say, well, nah, that's not the true story, like we have like family reunions every year, and And then, you know, we write down things. Some people go back to history, the oldest person in the family talks. And then sometimes you get some person like, oh, well, that was his dad account. That's not, no, nigga. I don't give a damn when they said they seen a purple giraffe. Write down they seen a purple giraffe. We don't know the significance of that. It could just be bullshit right now, but let's say 20 years from now, somebody else doing our history finds out that Uncle Willie Mae fucking said that he seen a purple giraffe, and then we find out in goddamn 2038 that there was a purple giraffe actually at the goddamn county fair. See what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes I like to write it all down. I take them in funny words until I can prove it different.
I was saying you were saying the exact same thing I am saying. I said it in my words, you said in your words, but that's exactly my point. I'm not trying to reconcile these stories. I am writing them as I am getting them and recording them as I'm receiving them. I'm just kind of saying, me listening to two accounts, one man dead, one woman alive, and probably on her last days, when I listen to their stories, they're not exactly the same. But guess what? They each get credit for the story told. So we're not saying anything different. And while you may not like the way I talk and how colorful I am, I love who I am and how colorful I am with my family history. And it works for me. And the way you do it, I love to hear you talk because I'm from Florida too. And a lot of stuff you talk about, I can relate. I'm from Tampa. That's my mom's side of the family. Bartow, Florida, Mulberry, Polk County. So I have a great appreciation. This is the biggest point I ever want to say on this stage. I don't talk a lot. I have an appreciation for how people tell their story. And I'm never going to tell someone the way they tell their story is right, wrong, or ugly. The way it works for you is for you. And I just enjoy listening to it. But I don't have a point of correction or dispute or anything. I just listen for the enjoyment of shared story, legacy, heritage, lineage, because that's kind of what we do here. There is no right or wrong, but it's a beautiful tapestry of people who connect and integrate and are shared in culture. All cultures are not identical and all families are identical. And the way the dynamics of those families are, I find that to be the most beautiful. But let me just say this, and I'm gonna land. I have a master's in international finance and investments. I've traveled around the world. I've been in cultures outside of this country. In the same way I traveled and integrated with countries in Asia, South America, I never went to Africa, but the Middle East is the same way I look at my family. When I came to Alabama, because I'm a city girl, I've never been here. Even when I bought the land, I've never put foot on this land except when I was 8 years old for 4 hours. So when I bought this land, I did it because it held memory, it held legacy, I had the resources, and I wanted to keep it in my family. When I got here, all this stuff became real live, and I'm a farmer, but hell, I'm a corporate woman. So when I listen to people now, I listen as if I'm doing my international work. I'm going to jump in, I'm going to listen, I'm going to appreciate, and it's all different. But guess what? Nothing is more valuable or important than somebody else's. So someone told me they had a purple giraffe walking through their living room. Okay, I may not exactly believe it, but I'm going to listen to the story. It's probably going to be pretty damn interesting and pretty fun.
Yeah. Give me right. Yeah. Tell me to shut the fuck up. Hey, are you kin to any of the Streeters from Polk County?
No, but the Millers.
Okay, no, I was trying to see you later. The Streeters. I have a friend. He's from Polk County. He's relatives with Seven Streeter and Mari Steinmeier. They're like first cousins. They're from that way.
Did you know Charles? Did you know Cole? His last name was Cole. He was the mayor of Eatonville. He passed away here a few months ago. Yeah. So I came down there for that funeral because Alex is his son, and so I came to support him and a couple of folks who are farmers down here. And so I still have a big place in my heart for Florida and those areas. So yeah, I figure you probably knew from some of the conversations you had. We probably have some overlap of people we may know in some areas we've been in. So yeah, I always get a kick out of you and your Florida story.
Hey, yo, no face in the chat. He put me onto it.
All right, y'all, carry on. I'm done for the night. I'm just going to get back to my little spot and just listening and hanging out.
Hey, no face, where you from, bro? I think he's a tether, man. I think he's
Right. Just staying in the chat, chatting away.
He's stirring up some bullshit. But nothing
said your cousin was up here, Vanessa. I don't know if he was lying, Vanessa, or not, but your people, Bruce, was acting a fool, Vanessa. I know that's your cousin and shit, you know. That's your cousin Craig, you know. I didn't mean to put your business out there, but yeah, she's crazy and shit.
Right.
This nigga Bruce.
Who in the world is Bruce?
Ain't that your nephew?
Boy, stop.
Sean, not you giving her a relative.
I did.
I got a question, Sean, when y'all finish.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
but I hope all the folks.
I am well. Thanks for asking or checking. But who is Bruce?
Bruce, he be like coming in the room and everything. Bruce, he be in the room sometimes that you be. That nigga, he like, say that's your
Make it
so
shit
your
up.
auntie.
You are making shit up.
I'm serious.
Well, then why don't I know it?
Well, maybe maybe you don't be on the app around,
You know I live on this app. Okay. You been one.
Vanessa, not I live on the app.
I'm addicted. Very addicted. I admit my flaws. I'm addicted.
Well, you know what I say.
Yeah, this shit get worse.
It definitely does, especially, well, whether you in here just listening, it is a form of entertainment. But if you a chatty Cathy like me and you get to chime in, listen, it can be a key. But you also I've learned quite a bit on Clubhouse. I've learned some useful information.
Me too. I'm a Gemini and I can be chatty.
We
But
Gemini.
I'm a Taurus.
Me too, I'm a Gemini. When's your birthday?
Oh, Gemini's and Taurus gang. Sean, what are you?
Come on, Petra.
You must be, hold on, don't tell me, you must be a Cancer.
Oh, what? Wait, hold on. There's the king of the jungle in every aspect.
Yeah, I knew you was on
No, I'm not. No, wait. I'm not talking about king of the jungle based on the character. I'm talking about the best of the best.
When's your birthday?
What side are you?
Come on, man. Listen, all you guys are like 3, 4, and 5. Yes, I'm a fucking Scorpio.
Oh my God.
November the 11th. Nah, we the 11. 11. I'm the chosen one.
I'm June 11th.
Damn, Pedro.
I can't tell the niggas I'm the chosen one, but
But we don't pay it no mind.
they don't pay no mind. It's okay. They didn't pay Jesus no mind.
I'm May
Look at the
30th.
reference.
May 30th.
Gotcha.
May 29th.
May 11th, period.
May 29th. Oh, shit.
I have to
That makes it.
Gemini.
Cancers are the worst. Cancers cry all day. Geminis, y'all cool. Two-faced it. It's not two-faced it. It's just like night and day. Like a Gemini can go from just having a great time to murder.
Multiple personalities. That's all.
Yeah, it's like, come on. It's like,
I have it all, man.
No
Like, you
wonder you in the chat crying. You a Cancer.
Cancer's a trip.
And you no more friends. Oh, that's you, no more friends.
Man.
You ain't coming on stage to defend yourself, so I'm gonna get in your, you know what I mean? Pause. But yeah, Cancers cry a lot. They like
Terrible.
what's that singer name? Cry all the time. Keith Sweat. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Tyrese Gibson.
No, he don't cry. Now come on, not too much on time.
They can skip Capricorns too. That's one that we can skip. That's like this.
Ooh.
We did kind of time. I just thought about
Capricorn. It's a couple more signs that can be skipped. I mean, I'm not too crazy about the Libras. Cancers are loyal though.
Them Geminis all about
They
the
cry.
financial.
Yes.
We're about truth. We're fair. We like fair. We like justice.
Who, Gemini?
Yes.
Gemini?
We don't like.
Oh, that must be the female Gemini, because them lying ass men.
We don't like.
Gemini's are known for being liars. Geminis and Leos are liars. Y'all lie for no reason. Y'all freestyle shit.
don't like a lighter. If I even have an inkling, you're lying.
You're the queen.
I'm gonna cut you off.
I see you over less. Yeah, I see you over less. So if you lie,
really
you
need
die.
to study. Yeah, if you lie to me, it's a wrap.
Geminis are dangerous just because the ability to talk cool to you and then murder you. I didn't see it coming. I didn't see this coming. Like, how do we end up here?
How am I dead? Like, what happened?
You could have talked to me first and told me that you wanted to kill me.
That's like the Black Warrior Queen, because I assure you, I am cool until I'm cool no
The
more.
Geminis are like that, bro.
Exactly. Cool until I'm cool no more. That's me. That's the Taurus for sure.
Shut the hell up, bro. I should be killed. Say yeah, but it's my face.
You a Gemini too? Yeah, listen, he's another perfect example.
Okay.
This motherfucker Sean, he doesn't usually yell too much, but I think Sean has a dark sadistic side. I think Sean might have done something heinous. I don't know if he did.
Let me explain to you. So, the Gemini is the person who will talk to you as they're walking you to the edge of the cliff.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the edge and you fall over and you reach your hand out, they turn around and walk away.
Yes.
Real mafioso like. Real mafioso.
Brutal. No, I think what people don't understand about the split personality is what you refer to it as. What it is we adapt quickly. So nothing throws us off. Think of split personality. It's adaptation. So anything you bring at us is not going to floor us. We just adapt.
Now, Vanessa, y'all got like 6 different people in y'all head that y'all all at the same time.
We don't. A rejection. You might cause the way a person talks to you or treats you. You might see it as rejection. We see it as your loss. Next.
And no is never an option. So guess what? If you tell me no, I'm going to rework that thing because I'm going to get to it.
Gemini, they trying to figure out something that's already not figure outable. It's like, hey, let's just move on. That's what my sign, we just like, fuck it. Like, we just going to move on. Like, but y'all can figure that shit out. It's like,
it's definitely right. The bipolar should definitely work. The Donald Trump a little bit. Trump versus
exactly. Trump is a true Gemini. Like, he get on stage and say, "Black people, you built this country."
Right.
Yeah, he will.
But you that Scorpio cutoff game is next level.
Okay, yeah, Scorpio, we don't spend too much time on it. We just cut the shit off.
My daughter's a Scorpio, and I know so well. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, my mother was. Yeah.
You can spot a phony a mile away.
And it's not controllable. Like, one other thing with Scorpios is like, we can't be like one way. Like, that shit is like a fucking, it kills me to be quiet when I see somebody with some bullshit. It's like, fuck, hell no. Nobody gonna say shit.
You can't keep quiet when niggas say something informal.
That too. If I'm on the other side of it, bro, I have to say something. It's like, nope.
A lot makes sense now, just conversing.
I step out the window.
On the regular. But Pedro, I don't know. I just would not have pegged you for a Scorpio, though. But you know, most of the Scorpios that
Wow. Hey, what the fuck is arrogant? Arrogant gotta be a Cancer.
No, I don't know. Let me see. I don't know.
Aries.
Aries.
Oh, my dad's an Aries. Okay.
I love Aries.
Aries women like in the
I do too.
Aries in the building. What's that say? What happened?
Okay, Aries and Jim, what is Aries like in the bedroom?
I want to take a Gemini to ask a question.
Horse.
A male Gemini.
Straight deep.
Right. My bad. Male Gemini.
Okay, passionate, intense.
Look at he still reaching my okay.
Ruled by Mars, the planet with desire, drive, energy. Because of that, their partners are often portrayed as very passionate, spontaneous, and physically expressive.
Aries are
Direct about what they want.
Leaders. Aries and Geminis are good matches.
Well, Erica is definitely direct on what she wants. She wants a tree stomp. Adventurous and excited by the challenge. Excitement, putting
Not a damn tree stomp.
I try not to even respond to that because Sean don't demonize.
He definitely is.
She don't have to deny it. She know what her heart said at that time.
Sean said, I recall what she had said.
I got good memory there. I don't forget nothing.
Look, photographs, I'm sure.
Like I said, people say Geminis are bipolar. That's because it's a situation where you want to be nice one minute, where you like Mother Teresa. The next moment, you want to be on some Tupac shit, and we bomb first. Because Tupac was a Gemini too, wasn't he? No? June 16th?
Yeah.
So is Kanye, so is Einstein,
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
is
Tupac, Kanye, fucking Donald Trump. Yes, that's not a good list. No, but it's all the crazy people.
It's the crazy.
You can call it crazy, you can call it media. You can use whatever word you
Listen.
want.
I'm just saying, Tupac, Kanye, and Donald Trump in the same sentence, that's a recipe for
You
disaster.
got cancers.
Vanessa.
July.
And Black Warrior.
And Sean, come on.
And Sean. Yeah, Sean, I love Sean. So yeah.
Yeah, one day Sean Dorsey is going to be another crazy ass thing. Like, damn, I remember this thing on Clubhouse. What happened to that guy?
Pedro, real quick, I'm about to throw this conversation left because I want to know what's going on for real. Are you in Jacksonville with some car washes that you own? Because that's what was said last night.
No, I don't stay in Jacksonville. I'm working in Jacksonville at the stadium. But I don't own it right now.
Damn,
Me and my dad have a car wash company, but it's more like a pressure. But that's based in South Florida. It's on my Instagram. So
My nigga, I like that.
Oh, because we was told y'all had a chain of them. They's about to come to Chicago. Where are they about to go? Like a resort?
in South Florida, my dad does, but not in North Florida. Jacksonville is 3 to 4 hours north.
The car wash. He said,
Yeah, he supervised at the car wash.
No, it's not. It's not a fixed place. It's just we got multiple vans, like a little small sprinter van, like the MV20 Nissans.
How long have you been working like that? I thought you said he was in construction.
I am in construction. That's my dad. All right, so my dad started. My dad went to prison. So when he got out of prison, he started like washing cars, like detailing and shit. So from there, we started fucking, pressure washing. Cause I'm like, nigga, I ain't gonna be washing cars all day when I see these motherfucking white boys on YouTube making money by the square foot pressure washing. So then got my first contract doing pressure washing. My dad like, nigga, they could pay us what? And so then he was almost done with paying for the cars too. Like pressure washing, if you got a son or somebody in your family and may have a record, if they not good driving trucks, get them a pressure washer. Pressure washing, like the shit get dirty every day. So you always got clients.
Pedro, I got an F-250 and I live on a farm. I assure you, the pressure washer is my best friend.
Yeah.
Now, how much can you charge?
Charge whatever you want to. The market is all right. So let's say if I'm in the hood.
$100 just for a regular mid-size car.
Oh shit! All right, so for if you talking cars in South Florida, that is like $150 for a detail. $150.
I can do
base, and that's for regular people.
$150.
That's in Alabama.
Trucks, $1,200 a day on 8 trucks.
And it depends on the customer as well. So let's say you got a fleet. Let's say you're going to do a car dealership. A car dealership, you're going to get them a deal. Let's say you do it for $30 a car, right? But you got car dealership gonna have 200 cars. Yeah. 45. And you're not even wasting that much chemicals because these cars don't move. The insides are not dirty. Like, you ever been on test drives in these cars? The cars aren't filthy. You probably got a little dust on the floorboard. That's nothing.
How many times will these people be called? $4,500.
Probably twice a month. Probably twice a month on the dealership.
So that means each dealership that you do is $9,000.
Yeah, that's not even the sweetest lick. The sweetest lick is the pressure washing. No, but hey, watch it. The sweetest lick is the pressure washing. Now, pressure washing, they have some shit. My homeboy put me on this with the trash valet. So in nice communities, apartments or some shit, or HOAs, they what they call trash valets, where motherfuckers come up to your door and you just put the trash outside, maybe a little can. They might have like a little makeshift mailbox or a little fake plant, but they put the trash inside of it. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. You ever had like a trash valet in your neighborhood? Sometimes like there's a box outside your door. Or like
never got no shit like that.
Yeah. So South Florida, these motherfuckers.
Yeah. You can also do it for packages.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Same thing. So some people have it for packages in the community, but some communities they have fucking money, right? So these motherfuckers pay somebody else that's not from the community come in and fucking take the trash from their door to their truck and just go throw it away at the dump that's in the community, which is fucking insane to me. But people don't waste money. So, but watch this. This is the crazy part.
For my sidewalk.
But watch this. Those cans all have to be cleaned though, right? So now each maybe $20. They're paying the community like $20 a month, the HOA $20 extra a month, or $10 extra a month. But as a pressure washer, you could come in and charge fucking $5 a can, and this is like bullshit. You basically coming through spraying this motherfucker. You might have 50 to 100 just in that community, and this shit takes you about 2 seconds. Pull up with your truck, spray the bitch, keep moving. It's like easy, simple shit. Pressure washing is a cheap food.
Pedro, help me out. How can I get like 10 X pounds and like make 100,000 a month?
You don't even need 10 X cons. I'd probably say start out with five of them, or just 5 motherfucking young people.
5 X cons from Travel Court. Okay. I'll just go to the local Travel Court and get 5 X cons.
You can go to your local workforce as well, because when you go to your local workforce, they already have the bond insurance.
I'm gonna do like I did come up with a good message. Hey, Ramabo, you jobs.
I like using like younger kids though, like like teenagers, right?
On this spot.
Yeah, you can use them, and you can also have community service hours that you can sign off on them, and sometimes you may not have to pay them.
That's why you're on my phone.
You can let them work for tips, and you can sign off on community service hours.
That ain't why I do it. All right, so let me tell you, that was not Pedro. They already think that. Hell no. So the reason why I like it is because most of these guys are physically fit already, and they're not on bullshit. No, for real, but listen. Yeah, but hold on, Sean, let me show you. Let me be serious and tell you why I like the high school kids. Because all right, so these dudes are physically fit, right? Most of them are playing sports every day, and then guess what? They all can pass the background check. So some of these HOAs and some of these businesses, they not just gonna let anybody in that motherfucker. So certain people can't go. Like my dad can't go to certain things just because he has a history, and he only has a drug charge. But when we have like the fucking
it don't matter. That nigga's a criminal.
No. I'm talking about just the level of severity. So Palm Beach has this thing called Peter Island. John F. Kennedy has a bunker on like a little island where we're from. But even to go over there in the parking lot, you need clearance to go over there. Like you have to be clear. Like you have to be like by the government. So a lot of people can't pass that shit.
You gotta be clear what? COVID?
No, you gotta be clear. Like have clearance.
Background check.
So listen, if you ever been like an habitual driver, you can't go over there. Like if you
that nigga said you gotta be clear, like see-through officers. I'm trying to clarify.
Let me show you how crazy it is. Red, if you ever had 3 consecutive like suspend the license, you can't. You won't be clear to go on the base.
Fuck.
Like the shit crazy. They dead ass serious about the shit. Like they not bullshitting at all.
I've been X'd out then. You know how many times I gotta come drive on suspended license, nigga, listen, I ain't had license for like 10 years, nigga. Man, listen, when I got my license back, that shit felt like getting out of jail, nigga.
That's why young people are best to use, because it's like, yeah, unless they some heinous motherfuckers. Come on, unless you got a young nigga that's like fucking cheap key.
Man, I need somebody responsible, man. I need somebody that got a little more responsibility. Like nigga that's 15, bro. Will they really take a job that's serious if they can be able to scoop up what? Extra $30?
I mean, we gotta show them the value in what they doing right now is gonna benefit them in the long run, bro. If a nigga don't listen, bro, it's just like, look, the same lure that we give to illegal shit is the same lure that we need to create around legal shit. We need to make this legal shit cool for these young niggas to be a part of. Right?
Yeah.
That's what we need to do, bro.
But you can charge shit for like, all right. So let's say we just did it. We just did a dude like 2 months ago. He gets it done every like December. His house like has like this tile roof, like ceramic roof or whatever. So what? So this motherfucker, we charge this motherfucker $2,500. So it only takes like half a day to do it. Get chemical, you get up on the roof. Fucking just pressure wash it. But the kid, this is how you get them interested in doing something right. How much y'all think I get the kid out of this shit? Hell no, man.
Wait, you can't cheat the little nigga, bro. You can't cheat the little nigga.
No.
You can't cheat the little nigga, bro.
$650. It's nothing but chlorine, and we already got like a surplus of that shit.
So you saying when I said 500, that was a low number?
Yeah, it's low, but it ain't too low. You weren't too far off. But what I'm saying is, you're gonna keep an interest. So a kid in a day, and come on, he made $600. It's like, damn, I'm ready to go back to work. Hey, when's the next one? So now, guess what he doing? Hold on, so guess what he doing now? Now he doesn't even want to do the day-to-day, the traffic. Like this is how you see who wants to move up, right? So this is a special kid. This is the one that's already been working, coming on time, showing up. So now, guess what he gonna do? Shit, hey yo, it's one of those roofs in my neighborhood. So it's like kind of like a word of mouth. Now he going to find another job. See what I'm saying? He immediately going to find how I can do this again.
That's what I'm saying.
That's how a lot of the game came out right there.
We gotta make this legal money cool for these young people.
It's like a trap.
That'll make it seem, bro.
No, not a week, for the day. So this was a weekend. This was a weekend time. He did it. It's just a roof. All right, so the reason why they getting $2,500 for this roof
is a scale page. You gotta look at me. I'm thinking the system. How can I be able to make it
contract?
The
only way you can be able to do it is with contracts, like police departments, fire, anybody has a large fleet. A large fleet, yeah. Anybody has a large fleet, school buses, parks, anything that has high volume. So hitting like the concrete and a fucking park, dog. If you can get the city to give you that contract, most of the cities have fucking pressure washing people in the establishment already. But if you can find somebody that doesn't, you can make it clean. Apartment complexes is gold too, but the city is really where, bro. If y'all can find somebody that doesn't like a little small community that don't have it, like don't have their own like big city worker
pressure washing being
bro.
Like that.
Dog, I'm telling you, bro, this is bad. But we have
pressure washing business and traffic.
We had this one for this little municipality right outside of Jupiter, Florida, bro. We was getting hand over fist for that motherfucker. But then they, caught on and they hired people for their city to do it.
By hours, right? Public, right?
Public, what you mean?
Trash.
Nah, we got waste management and we got waste management and another, I forget the other niggas we got down here. Nah, we ain't got Republic.
Yeah, we got waste management.
Like Republic is like the largest motherfucking coast block.
I ain't never heard of them.
They actually
got waste management.
They company grew 150% in the past 2 years.
and you know you can get those contracts, right? Like they're not just up to Waste Management and Republic or whoever the company is. Like anybody can put those bids in. You just gotta
got a truck. You got a couple trucks, and you can bid for a route.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about that because we were talking about trucks. So I don't remember where I heard this, but like trucks that carry different things, it could even be milk, and they have to go and get those trucks cleaned out before they can put them back into service. You literally could clean those trucks out with, just like wash them out. And that's a whole business within itself too, because all those trucks have to be cleaned before they can go back into service.
Yeah, and semis.
Buses, trains.
That's it.